I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Frankfurt Plant Board on Tuesday, February 15th, 2022 at 5 o'clock. We're meeting via Zoom at this meeting. So with that, I'll ask the secretary to call the roll.
Member Keeban?
Here.
Member Snyder?
Here.
Member DeLong?
Here.
Member Dutton Mitchell?
Here.
Member Mason?
Here.
We've got a quorum to do business. Next item is approval of minutes from the board meeting of January 18th, 2022. Everybody should have the minutes in front of them. Do we have any changes or corrections? Seeing none, do we have a motion to adopt?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. So we have a motion second. Without any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Minutes are adopted. Next item, 3.1, consider accepting the financial statements for the month ending January 31st, 2022. Mr. Denton.
Good evening. Thank you, sir. Starting on page 25 of the board packet, we have our financial statements for the first 7 months of this fiscal year. Our statement of net position covers where we stand as far as our assets, liabilities, and net fund balance as of January 31st, 2022. And then we have our statements of revenues, expenses, and change in net position for all of our 3 divisions and all of our administrative departments, plus our 2 main check registers for our 2 main bank accounts. As you can see, we are above revenue projections for the year, actually very much in line with we were a year ago on all 3 divisions. Electric is doing a little better than expected with our making up for a little down in water and water and telecom, and we're below budget to date, so doing better than expected. I'd be glad to answer any questions that the board may have. Let me give you a little update on the past due amounts for the year. We're currently at just over $1.1 million in past due balances that we've rolled month to month. We're still coming down from our high of $3.2 million that we experienced back in October of 2020 due to the pandemic and a suspension of service disconnection. So we've kind of flattened out. We're back to the numbers we saw in November of 21, but we are continuing to have customers pay those payment arrangements. I believe Cassie will be updating us. We're still around 400 of those, but we're moving in the right direction, still getting agency assistance and other funds to help us with that. But that's where we sit for this first 7 months of the year.
Have you previously said, David, that in our normal level of past due or bad debts around what, about 800,000?
Yes, sir. It runs around 800 prior to the pandemic.
Okay. So does anybody have any questions of David? It's not the topic for tonight, David, but just not put you on the spot, but we know inflation is still, well, it's clicking along now about 7.5. And I know they're continuing to look at actions to slow it down. The Fed may take action and so forth. How do you see that? I mean, obviously we're going to have to deal with the salary issue. But in terms of everything else, what are you seeing in terms of other types of purchasing items? Are we starting to see that show up more and more in our expenditures?
Yes, sir. We are seeing it everywhere, everything from office supplies all the way to transformers. It's touched every expenditure that we make. I believe we're in a true price wage spiral that we're going to see prices rising and rising for everything. I believe it's baked in, and we could see this for some time to come. So we'll be included that into our next budget for the 22-23 year. I believe we're going to be seeing some elevated prices when we make our budget.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for David?
Yeah, so at this point, though, you haven't really seen the elevated prices. So this budget, you said we're under budget. So therefore, are you saying that the prices have not impacted to date? Those prices have not impacted the budget to date?
We are seeing on each purchase we make, we're seeing elevated prices. We are definitely functioning below our budget levels, but we are seeing prices on almost everything we purchased higher than what we would have expected whenever we started our budget. So I think we'll get through the year just fine. Don't foresee a budget amendment needed at this time. But there's no doubt when you look at purchasing that we are seeing the effect of inflation.
Have we got a lot of contracts that will be expiring at the end of the year, and they will have to be rebid or whatever, or are they kind of spread out, or we got a lot of year-end contracts ending?
We do have contracts that are scattered throughout the year. We do have a big round of annual contracts that come to the board. I'm forgetting right now about what time of year those come. Towards the end of the year, we'll see some of those come back around to the board. So hopefully we can space it out and timing of cash flows, it won't have too much of an impact. But when we go through our budget next year, there'll be some decisions to make as to the level of spending and the level of service we want to provide in certain areas.
Any other questions of David? If not, do we have a motion to accept the financial reports?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Financials are accepted. Number 4, public hearing on telecommunications. I'll turn it over to Mr. Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This hearing will come to order. My name is John Snyder. I've been requested by the board to conduct this hearing. With me today are board members and staff of the Frankfurt Electric and Water Plant Board. We're here to receive comments regarding 3 issues. Number 1, increasing the rate for cable network pass-through fees. Number 2, increasing rate for bulk cable 1 and bulk cable 2. And 3, updating the cable 10 program duplication policy. This public hearing was advertised in accordance with regulations for public notification and appeared in the weekend, February 5th, 6th, 2022 edition of the State Journal newsletter. To conduct this hearing in organized fashion, we've asked that anyone wishing to comment register by email with Kathy Poe or Kathy Lindsay. Ladies, has anybody signed up to speak or wants to say anything?
No, we don't have anybody signed up to comment.
Okay, thank you. This hearing will be conducted informally and voluntarily by the Frankfurt Electric Water Plant Board in order to accept comments on the above item. Since we don't have anything here, this part about the conduct of the hearing really doesn't matter, but I'll just roll through it. Both oral and written comments will be accepted. Any and all persons present who wish to make a statement will be afforded the opportunity to do so. If you have a written statement to accompany your oral presentation, a copy of the written statement should be provided to the board prior to your presentation. Oral presentation should be no more than 3 minutes. And since nobody's here, I won't have to cut anybody off. We've asked questions of people wanting to present as well. The board reserves the right to answer questions at a later date. It is the job of the board to fairly consider various points of view and information. We want public input and involvement, and I hope you do not find our standard procedures restricted. Additionally, after this meeting, if anybody's watching on video, oral comments and written comments will be accepted and considered if they're submitted no later than the end of the normal business hours on Monday, March 14th, 2022. To submit a comment, please contact FPB at 352-4372 or on our website at www.fpb.cc. To explain the issues at hand and a little bit about the fees and increases, I'm going to turn it over to Harvey Couch. Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder, members of the board. I'll just run through these 3 items quickly. The first item is increasing the rate on the cable network pass-through fee by a total of 53 cents up to $60.19 effective May 1st, 2021. This is a direct pass-through of the monthly fees paid by FPB to cable networks for the right to distribute their programming. This is a 0.9% increase. The customer charge, which is the part that stays here in Frankfurt, will remain unchanged at $12.79 per month. As we increase the cable rates, the bulk cable rates have to go up at the same rate. And so we're also proposing to increase the rate for bulk cable 1 up to $15.25 per outlet per month. And that's typically hotels and dormitories at KSU. And then bulk cable 2 up to $26.60 per month. And that's effective May 1st, 2022. That is typically office complexes with more than 8 outlets. And then the third item is the Cable 10 program duplication policy. This isn't really a rate change. This is an update to the tariff. And just as technology has changed, the tariff speaks to DVDs. And so the policy will be moving forward for Cable 10 to provide digital files to customers requesting programming of Cable 10. And that'll be programming recorded after July 1st, 2021 will be only available as digital files. Programming prior to July 1, 2021 will be for DVDs or digital files. The price, again, like I said, will remain the same at $20 per program. So those are the 3 items before you guys at this public hearing, and we would ask that the board consider these changes at the next regular meeting in March.
Okay, so no more VHS tapes, huh?
No, no more. No, I think we got rid of them all. We had a lot. We had a lot.
What am I going to do with my Betamax player?
Yeah, makes a nice doorstop. Harvey,
Yes, it does.
one thing, and you know, for folks that have listened to these meetings a lot, you know, cable charges, not only cable charges now, but also the retransmission costs of the broadcast channels from Louisville and Lexington we get. They have just continued to just eat and eat and eat. Thank you for bringing that one up.
Yep.
You know, the classic cable now, you know, you look back to 2003, actually we were charging more to provide the service than the cost of the programming. Those days are long gone, and you got another one. If you throw that other one up about the percentage, that's even a better one, I think. Just so the folks are able to see, you know, the operational expenses were back in 2022 were, you know, 64% of it was our charge, and 32% was the programming charge. That's completely gone now. 87%. 80% of that does not stay here. It goes directly to the programmers, whether that be Disney, ESPN, or whether it's Sinclair and the folks that own the local stations for retransmission. So, you know, we haven't increased our fees in forever. Everything in your cable increase is an increase in what the programmers are charging for their fees. That is correct, right? Right.
Yes, sir. Yes. Yeah. And that we changed that. I think it was last year, or the year before. Yeah. Now it's a line item on your bill that shows you what this pass-through fee is, and that's what increases every year, and the amount that the plant board uses to operate the cable system essentially is another line item, and that hasn't increased in several years.
Good. Do any other members have any questions of Harvey? Okay. Remember, anyone who might be listening or watching this at a later date, we are accepting comment until Monday, March the 14th. Again, you can contact us at the FPB main number or at the website fpb.cc. So thank you all very much. And with that, I will turn it back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Snyder. Next item is item 5, public comment. Has anybody signed up to comment, Ms. Poe?
No, sir.
Okay. Next, item 6, informational items, department reports. Vince not here tonight. Gary Zing buckled under and approved his vacation. So at this point, I think in it's set up that each department head is going to give an update.
Yes, sir. The first one is telecommunication. Adam.
Okay, sir.
Good evening. The telecom report starts on page 115 of your board package with customer service penetration numbers. So you have those. Page 116 and 117 is the outage report. We had one outage for the month of January. The outage was in node 16 Briar Patch, which is overall Twilight Trail. It was a bad line extender module. We got that fixed and everybody taken care over there. Page 118 is the trouble call report. As you can see in the trouble call report, everything's trending down, which is good. We like to see less and less trouble calls, and we actually changed the dates for what Dutton Mitchell had asked for. So hopefully everything is the way you want to see it there with the years of comparison. Which some of that stuff was kind of interesting too when we added the 2017 numbers in there.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. If there is no questions on the standard report, I will give an update on next man.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Construction crews are working in the Shinkle Lane, Colony Landings area, Crestwood subdivision, Rolling Acres, Hickory Hills. They're also preparing to start in the Silver Lake area. That'll be our next underground area. So we actually are going to send out mailers, and we've talked to the neighborhood association to make sure they understand what's going on over there. So that seems to be taking place. We have an additional underground crew starting, which we'll talk about it later on in the board meeting. Right now we're averaging 15 to 20 installs a week. And I believe this week we'll hit our 100th customer on NextBit. And that's all I have. If there's any questions, I'll be more than glad to try to answer them.
I saw in the newsletter, Adam, where we hired a new installer. How are we doing at hiring some more cable installers?
We are still down 3 and still trying to pull some applications and try to do some, find the help.
Okay. So if someone's interested in working with us, what's the qualification?
This is an entry-level position. I think it requires 1 year of experience in, it could be maybe sales, electronics, things of that nature. So it is an entry-level position. So we're willing to train.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ed.
Customer service? Is that Cassie?
Probably would help if I would unmute. Can you guys hear me now? Sorry about that. The customer service reports are on pages 119 to 122 of your board packet. One thing I wanted to hit on this month, you'll notice on page 121 that for the customers coming into the office, they're still doing curbside, but our customers that we had needing payment arrangements last year at the height of disconnects for the pandemic, we had 163, and this year we were back down to normal numbers of around 44 for the month of January. Overall, those holds have reduced for payment plans for accounts from over 4,800 down to just 440 customers. We continue to take ACP applications, which was formerly the EBB program. We're up to about 534 customers total for that. So we would encourage people to look up the new ACP and what those qualifications are and guidelines are, if that's something that they're interested in or could benefit from. And we continue to receive federal funds from the Kentucky Housing Healthy at Home program. We've assisted 477 customers through that program with them to date for a little over $734,000 on that program. Okay. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you all might have.
Have you seen anything? We've had some, we probably haven't seen it showing up on the bills yet, but we've had some fairly cold weather in that. Have you seen a big increase in bills and people having trouble, or?
We have seen an increase in what the bills were this month based on usage for the month of January. We would encourage people, if they have questions about their usage, to call into billing, ask questions to our staff so we can review their history. Typically, when we get temperatures that were as cold as what we had in January, the thing for customers to remember is, even though they haven't changed their thermostat, it sets at 70 or 72. When it goes from being 30 down to being 10, it's got to work, twice as hard to bump it up that 50-degree warm that you need. So we did see an increase in usage for the month, which of course correlates to a larger bill. And that's typical for this time of year, especially with the cold weather that we had in the month of January. But we can always look at a customer's average year over year. And oftentimes that helps give them a bigger picture of not really remembering that last month wasn't that high, but oh yeah, last year or the year before at that time frame, I used that much. So.
Any questions of Cassie?
John?
Yes, sir.
I've got one. Cassie, I know I had a coworker of mine, and one of the questions we asked about EBB, which is now ACP, I think you said, one of the questions that we had was the eligibility rules and where our school systems do the universal free and reduced lunch, and that makes a lot of people eligible that otherwise would not be eligible. based on income guidelines. My coworker actually came and talked to me about it would just seem really, really confusing where she was trying to re-up to get qualified under ACP. And I don't know if the school really understood what she was looking for and stuff. And I actually got on the phone with David Denton, and he was extremely helpful in terms of trying to figure out what she needed to do and stuff like that. Are you hearing that from other folks that are maybe in a similar situation on that? Or is it, are other people's having the same problems? Or maybe this person was just an early responder and just y'all work some stuff out?
It seems to be a very small number. We at FPB, as a provider of this service, received a list from the FCC of customers that they needed additional information from.
Okay.
The initial list that went out from them for one set of criteria was about 100 customers.
Okay.
The second list that went out from them that was, again, additional information for different criteria they qualified under was less than about 15 customers.
Okay.
So I don't think the majority
not-
of
it's
our
not
customers will be impacted. I think they're just going to transition over.
Okay.
However, I would encourage them to log back into their accounts where they tried to qualify and see
Right.
what those new guidelines are to see what's changed for them. But most of those individuals, if you existed as a customer and there was question about renewal, they were contacted via email or mail, was our understanding
Yeah.
from the FCC.
Yeah. This person got a mail. So yeah.
Okay.
And our numbers, are we still at around 400? Were we at around 400 or so? Is my recollection? Or
We're sitting at about 535 right now.
535 now. Okay,
Yes, sir.
great.
That's
you.
approximate.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Any other questions for Cassie? Okay.
Thank you.
Is electric department, is that Travis?
That can be me. I think maybe Scott was going to go first over the electric report, and then I can do AMI and SEPA after, if that works for you.
Okay, sure.
All right.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the operations side of electric, our report starts on page 123 and goes to 126. You can see our SAIDI numbers for the month of January was 25.67. Our next page on 124 is our outage, our pie chart, which shows the different types of outages and the percentages. On page 125, it shows the actual number of outages for each of those accounts. We had a total of 14 outages for the month of January. And page 126 shows the top 10 customers or the top 10 outages, which shows we had an effect of about 49 customers for the month. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay. Is it Travis, you next, or?
Okay, yep, I'll go ahead and do the AMI update. Current AMI installations are at 5,279 for electric and 2,838 for water. Installations have been pretty steady outside of weather shutdowns. Any kind of snow or really cold temperatures kind of will shut the water installs down almost completely. So that's been the biggest challenge, but otherwise, pretty steady state on AMI, just kind of rolling along. Any questions on that? If not, I can go ahead and I can do the SEPA report as well.
What do you kind of estimate? I'm sorry, Steve, go on.
Just a simple question.
Mm-hmm.
What if you only have water from you and not electric? Do we get an AMI?
You will, yes.
Okay.
Yes, that's the goal, is 100% electric and water, even if you're water only or electric only. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
But when do you project Travis will be done?
We're still shooting for the spring of 2023. We haven't received any notice that that's going to be unattainable. The vendor thinks the supply chain issues they're dealing with are going to hopefully alleviate a little bit over the next few months. So that's the targeted end date has not shifted yet. They will have to pick up pace to catch it, though.
Okay.
It's kind of where we stand today.
You gonna do Kimi?
I can do SEPA, yeah, if you
Okay,
like.
SEPA, okay.
Yep, the SEPA report begins on page 127 of the board package. December's profit was 43,809, bringing the calendar year total to 1,431,346. Based on my looking at the chart, this looks like it's the highest annual net benefit for SEPA in the last 25 years, it looks like. So good year for SEPA. And that's about all that I know about it.
Travis, let me ask you, or maybe Gary, could chime in from a renewable standpoint. Is from hydro in Kentucky, are we pretty much we're maxed out as far as what options are? Is there, I mean, any other opportunities or anything else out there, or is what we've got pretty much all there is?
As I know, this is a federal program a long time ago. The portion, whoever owned the portion of it, is already determined many years ago. We were lucky we signed this, nearly 5% of our energy. So yes.
But there's no other new hydro plants or programs planned or in the works anywhere? Or... As
we know, we don't have any of those options. I know some of the projects being developed follow the Ohio River. Some of them is relatively successful. Some of them actually end up very high price, means like $200 per megawatt hour instead of 30. So there depends on, there are some called flow through, not the traditional hydro, Ohio River. But it's very limited few. As I know, there are just 3 of them. So from Ohio to Kentucky. So I would say we have to reserve, those projects not necessarily all end up very favorable to the developer. Yes.
Any other questions for Gary or Travis?
Mr. Chairman, I can update a little bit of KYMEA. We had a project, all required project meeting, basically to try to looking for the budget number for what's the power cost for next year. So they just start a process for next 2 months. We hope we can figure out exactly the number, the board and all the member will approve it. So,
how much of the contracts that we have that KYMEA has in place, how many of those have prices locked in that can't be raised?
In theory, all of them is locked price. But there's a component like a coal contract, right? Most of them is operation cost is a fix, and the capacity is a fix. The part is not a fix is the energy, the pass through the fuel cost. So it is supposed transparent pass through to all the member. I mean, all the people in that pool take the power from them. So if they have a lock the price of a coal, then that's supposed to stay in the same. And but as you know, the coal price went up, doubled in last 6 months. So I heard a lot of people talk about $80 short on coal. So it is instead of 40 some. That's a kind of impact to all. So we don't know exactly portion. I can estimate sometime maybe 50% the coal locked, 50% is unlocked. So those might have an impact. But it's really depends on case because we really don't know exactly how long the contract they have. If they have an existing contract long term, everything's all right. It's very hard to get a new contract today. Yes.
I know from Steve and I's prior life with LRC, in revenues, coal severance for the first time in years is up. State government collection will go, but it's not because of tons severed. It's all because of price.
Yes.
Coal severance receipts are up. It is because the price of coal is higher. They're not they're not extracting any more coal. It's all pricing.
Yes.
Okay.
Natural gas price also went up quite a bit, usually around $2 some, went to all the way 6, and recently come down. I mean, I heard the last week or yesterday is around $4 some. So it's a still significant increase in natural gas.
So any other questions for Gary? If not, safety.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members.
How you doing, sir?
I'm good, sir. Our safety report starts on page 131. You might recognize some updated graphics. We've actually included the total of 5 years of our record keeping to help our board with the trending and in our most current year. For the month of January, we sustained 1 OSHA recordable. An electric department employee sustained a dog bite to their left forearm. It resulted in medical treatment and restricted duty. On the vehicle accident side, sir, we had one of our security vans sustain some minor cosmetic damage to the rear passenger quarter. The vehicle is safe and still roadworthy. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Okay, if not, water treatment, thank you. I'm sorry, water distribution.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to start off. Sharmista's going to give a reservoir update. Start off.
Okay.
All right, good evening. We held our progress meeting on February 10th, and we are approximately 75% complete at this time. Currently, the contractor's working on installing the drain pipes and the overflow pipes. But right now, the majority of the work is just moving dirt. They're going to begin excavation for the retaining wall, and they're going to start doing some backfill around the new tank. This morning, we met with Rangeline, and they're the firm that is going to do the line stop work and installing the bypass line. So we have a tentative schedule to do the preliminary work here within the next 2 weeks. And once that preliminary work's done, we're looking to do all the work that's going to require the bypass line in the month of March. As far as finishing up our piping work out front, we're still the same issue everybody else is dealing with, vendor and supply issues. So we're hoping to get the piping in soon, but we don't have any hard dates yet. But overall, it's going pretty well.
Okay, thank you. Any questions for Sharmista? Water treatment?
I'll go back to the water distribution report,
Okay.
Mr. Chairman. The water distribution monthly report is on pages 135 to 137. For the month of January, we installed 6 new services. We had 8 main breaks, and we had 3 outages. Construction crews were working on line replacement projects on Highland Parkway and River Street. And the 30-inch water line in the back of the reservoir we've been working on, we're about 98% complete with that. So we're about ready to wrap that up. So
were the water main breaks due to temperature or just old pipes?
Well, it has a little bit to do with water temperature, air temperature, soil conditions. This time of year, we usually see a rash of breaks, January, February timeframe. So the guys, we're out there in that cold weather at night, fixing those main breaks and going right on.
Yeah, well, they do a great job.
They do.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think people appreciate a lot of times that, all those guys, all the team people, the electric and the water are out there. When people wake up in the morning, flip a switch, turn a faucet, everything's on. And some people were up all night long getting that done in a hole or on top of poles. So,
yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Any questions for Brian? Okay, water treatment.
All right, I'm going to do the report this week, and I hate to say this, but I do not know what page my report is on. We treated just a little over 223 million gallons for the month of January, which brought our average up to 7.2 million gallons. We supplemented Georgetown for about a week while they were working on a filter rehabilitation project. So that gave us a little bit of bump up in sales. We had almost 5 inches of rain. We had almost 5 inches of snow. So we had quite a bit of precipitation, which resulted in a river flow of about 15.5 billion gallons a day on average. So January was busy for us. We had 3 high water events or flood events. We had 3 snow events, 3 COVID events, and 3 COVID exposures. So the number 3 seemed to be the number of the month. We have kicked off our SCADA project and our ammonia upgrade project. So those will be in progress for the rest of the fiscal year. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Julie?
I have a question about
Sure.
It's not really about water, but the COVID exposure.
Mm-hmm.
Were any of those transmissions between employees or?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
And none between employee and customer?
No.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Knock.
Hey, good evening.
How you doing?
Doing good. We were just The NOC staff's just happy that we dodged a potential bullet of an ice storm a few weeks ago. The potential was certainly there. And if nothing else, it was a good exercise. We had a lot of good internal communication with other departments on how we were going to handle that. So it was a good exercise, and we're not sad it didn't fully come to fruition. It looks like in January, the NOC staff handled 1,666 phone calls, and our locators did 395 locates. So January was down a bit, but it's been, the weather's not been great for construction projects, so that's to be expected. We have had, like water, we've had some COVID issues. We had several of our staff out in January with COVID or COVID exposures, but I think we're back on the mend now, and actually back to full staff, I believe, right now. So everything else is going well.
Darren, I want to commend you, Gary, commend all your staff. I know that night of the projected ice storm, I know you had all the electric crew on standby at work. I know y'all had tree trimming crews locked in, standing by, and you all did everything you could, given the weather, and had to be prepared. And like you said, luckily we didn't have to deal with it, but you had the resources, on site, ready to go. So you all did a great job. Any questions of Darren or on any other reports? Okay, seeing none, we go to item 7.1. On this item, it's the board's pleasure on what we want to do. We've got the 1898 report on rate design. We need to have a public hearing. I'd suggested, but it's up to everyone, I'd suggested that Travis give us a short overview, and this is a significant report and a lot of information, and we really need to discuss, do we want to do the public hearing at the next board meeting? Do we want to set a separate date for it? And if we want to set a separate date, and it certainly probably is worthy of that, do we want to let people come in person or do it by Zoom? And I'd ask Gary to kind of check around to see like how LRC is handling things, how the city, the county, the school boards, to see how we might approach it. So we can kind of save that to the end. But if it's all right, Travis, you want to give us an overview, and then we kind of go from there of how much time we want to spend tonight as opposed to the public hearing, and with a really detailed presentation with the 1898 people here. So turn it over to you, Travis.
Okay, yeah, sounds great. Again, the board approved an agreement with 1898. It was back in October to conduct a limited electric rate study. And so in lieu of a complete comprehensive cost of service study, they just looked at specific pieces of the electric tariff where we knew items that would be important may be missing. So I'll kind of hit the high points on each subsection that they looked at. And of course, any questions I'll be happy to try to answer or take note of to send back to the consultant. The first one I would touch on is the large solar policy. Customers that are typically would be in your commercial, large commercial or industrial, if they install a rooftop or a solar system on their property, if that system is larger than 30 kW, currently there's no policy in the electric tariff that describes how we would adapt or integrate a system of that size. Essentially, the tariff is kind of silent on it. So the recommendation from the consultant is to keep the smaller system, so your small commercial and your residential, anybody 30 kW or less, keep the net metering policy for them. Don't change that. Keep that in place. For these larger systems over 30 kW, so larger commercial or an industrial, they have recommended an avoided cost method to compensate customers for that any excess energy they would be putting back on the grid. So the customer would size their system ideally appropriately for their load. They would take use of their own solar power. The bulk of the power would be for their own use to offset their usage. But this policy would allow us to provide them some compensation if they're pushing excess back on the plant board. Where again, right now, there's no policy at all in place for that. So getting something in the books that we can establish a mechanism to credit those customers for any power they're essentially providing us. At a high level, it's framed as an avoided cost, or you could think of it kind of like a wholesale cost approach. Essentially, we would buy that power from the customer at the same cost it would be to us to buy it off the wholesale market. So that's at a high level how they've structured the recommendation. Any questions there? You want me to just keep rolling on through them?
If it's all right with everyone, why don't you roll through it, and then we can ask the board then, do they want to go back and start dealing with individual issues or deal with it all at, in more detail at the public hearing?
Okay, sure. The REC program or green tariff, they made recommendations on the way that the planning board can integrate a green tariff or some type of program where customers that want to buy renewable energy credits, they can do that directly through us. So they've recommended two options. One, we can go to there is a wholesale REC market. We can go to the market and purchase those RECs on the customer's behalf. One caveat there is they recommended they be Green E certified. If you go through Green E, you can essentially assure to the customer that those credits have been verified, they've been vetted, they're not just questionable of origin. If we do a Green E certified program, we know we're getting essentially the best RECs that are out there on the market to purchase. So that kind of would give us the peace of mind. The second option they recommended down the road, that KYMEA has plans to offer RECs to their member utilities. So that may be kind of a longer term goal when that becomes available. If the board chooses, possibly we could switch over to that. But just going to the wholesale market and buying the Green E certified RECs is something that could be started more so, right away. A primary meter policy. Currently, FPB has customers that take electric service at primary voltages. So think 7,000 volts above that. There is limited tariff language on primary metering, but there's no primary meter rate. Essentially, all the rates are the same, whether they take the service at high voltage or medium voltage. So they've made recommendations on, I would say, tweaking that primary metering policy, which would essentially say, we're going to establish a very clear demarcation point that anything beyond that primary meter is owned and operated by the customer. And in those instances, they've given suggestions on how we could essentially give a small discount to the customers to compensate for its transformer and distribution losses. So I don't see this as something that we could necessarily take on for existing customers to do that, but I think it's more the recommendation would be to have a good policy going forward. If someone down the road wants to have a primary metered facility, we could adopt this and say, okay, here's the deal. Your primary meter, that's the absolute stopping point. Anything beyond that you own. And it doesn't get into this conflict where, potentially FPB is working on a privately owned customer's equipment. That was really the main driver is good demarcation and establishing any kind of rate adjustment for those primary meter customers. They also did a kind of a cursory review of our overall rate classes. There's a handful of recommendations they made. Again, they didn't do necessarily a full cost of service study. They just more looked at our existing tariff, made recommendations on best utility practices. There's a couple areas they recommended changes. One is to establish a general service demand rate. The driver behind that is based on the tariff. We have some customers that are on the edge of a commercial and a large power rate. We conduct an annual study or an annual assessment every year to determine if customers need to move from one rate class to the other. That rate transition potentially can be painful for some customers to move from a commercial to an industrial rate. So they've recommended what you could kind of call maybe like an intermediary rate, where it's they would have a demand component and an energy component like an industrial rate, but it kind of would split the gap between that commercial and our industrial. This is one we would need to do quite a bit of studying to really understand the financial impacts. We need to look a lot closer at the customer data and the customers that would be affected by that to really, for staff to really recommend making that change right away. So the recommendation is there, and it's probably something to work towards. The other recommendation that kind of dovetails into that would be they looked at the gratis rates, which is for in-house plant board businesses. So say, what does the cable department pay for electric service from the electric department? And the municipal rate. They've got a couple of options they presented. One would be retire the municipal rate and move those customers into their appropriate rate classes, whether it be general commercial or large power. Or you could establish a municipal demand rate is the other option. So a municipal demand rate would be for, larger facilities, say like a large pump station or a large treatment plant, really the pretty big facilities. And it kind of goes back into a discussion we've been having for a while about bundled rates and kind of the issues with, it kind of disguises some of the real cost of providing electric service when we have bundled rates. So especially for large customers that have a disproportionate effect on our total bills to purchase power, we start to unbundle some of those rates. So again, it's either retire the municipal rate is a recommendation or establish a municipal demand rate where they would be in their own rate class, but they would have a demand component. So again, that's another one. We talked about AMI earlier. Until we get AMI really further deployed, it will be hard for us to give the board a real, a firm understanding of the financial impacts on that. So I think that one is another one that goes in the bucket of, we've got a recommendation. It's something we can choose to work towards, but I think we would need a little better AMI data to really have those conversations with our customers about, well, where would this potentially cause your bill to go up? In some cases, it may go down for some customers. It's just hard to say until we really study that a little deeper and get that AMI data. EV charging. We've talked quite a bit about EV charging. Right now, we have 3 stations out. We've got the 4th that's on the way. The equipment's been ordered, so we're trying to finalize plans on that. If at some point, right now, to the public, those stations are free to use, if that's no longer feasible down the road for whatever reason, if the city chooses, they no longer want to pay the energy usage on those, we need a rate in hand that would be passed on to the drivers to use the equipment. So they've made some recommendations there. They also touched on customers who want to charge at home. Does anything need to be done with rates on if you've got an electric vehicle? How does that change your usage at home? And does a rate adjustment need to be made there? And the last one, LED security and area lighting. For quite some time, we've been installing security and area LED lights. The technology has been available to us for quite some time, but the pricing and the tariff still reflects traditional HPS and metal halide fixtures. So we asked them to study, do we need to make rate adjustments for the new technology? LEDs obviously use less energy, but they're a little bit more capital costs up front to install them. How does it all shake out? So they've made recommendations on, again, this is not system-wide street lighting. This is, you say, hey, I need a security light on the pole in my backyard. That's what this piece of the study addressed. Again, so we've got long list of recommendations here. Of course, no policy changes tonight up for discussion necessarily. Just asking to have a public hearing, get an input on these items, and I'm curious of the board's feedback, which issues, if any, we want to tackle right away. I think the large solar policy, we have some customers that could receive benefit from this right away, and are kind of eager to move on that. That's one that, my personal opinion, that we go ahead and try and tackle. That would, to me, we have the data in hand to go ahead and try and move forward with the policy on that. Some of the other ones, like I said, the adjustment of rate classes, the primary metering, I think require more study to really make any kind of firm recommendation on a policy change. EV charging, I don't know that there's necessarily a need today to adopt that policy, but it's another one we have the data in hand. Of course, the board's pleasure. Do we go ahead and get a tariff out there to try and improve or not. LED, the security and area lighting, I feel like we have what we need if the board wanted to go ahead and start to make those pricing changes. It's essentially comes down to it's a few bucks a light, a few bucks a month per light. So if you've got a security light in your backyard and it's an LED and you're paying the old rate, we could recover our costs and still lower that rate a little bit. So again, that's very high level. That kind of hits all the pieces they looked at a glance, if you will.
I had mentioned to Gary that, you know, after we had this kind of overview tonight, we need to make sure we got this information out to city and county officials, the schools, large businesses, the various business organizations, and do some checking on how Louisville and Lexington is handling some of these issues, especially as regards to schools. And, you know, like Louisville's got the LG, Louisville's got like the General Electrics, the Fords, you know, all these big users, the universities. Make sure they're aware of whatever public hearing we adopt. What's the board's pleasure? Do we want to go in deeper on these, or go on and get a public hearing set and let staff do some more modeling of the impact of what some of these policies will mean to our ratepayers? So we've got that kind of information. What's the board's pleasure?
John?
Yes, sir.
John. You know, this is a lot to digest. A lot of information here. Yeah, I'm absolutely 100% that we need to have a public hearing. I'm almost also pretty convinced we probably need to have a public hearing separate from one of our regular board meetings. I think that this issue is too important to, you know, shun away, you know, 15 or 20 minutes that we would only have the bandwidth during a regular meeting.
Right.
You know, I think we've got a lot of people in the community who will be interested in this. A lot of our big ratepayers will be interested in it. I know the governments, like you said, the governments and schools, they'll all be interested in it. You know, I would prefer to do that. And you know, I know COVID is hanging over everybody's head still, but I think this is probably I would suggest this is a meeting we probably need to have in person if at all possible. That's just my thought. Sure. I don't know what anybody else thinks, but that's just my 2 cents.
Steve, what's your preference?
I agree with John. I'm more reluctant on the present meeting, but you know, I can understand that. But yeah, I do think it needs to be a separate meeting because I think we need some more time to talk about this ourselves and understand it better. So yeah, separate meeting for the an additional meeting for the hearing, I think is correct.
Because I would imagine people come in at the hearing and say, I'm an X-class ratepayer, big business, whatever, and say, what's this mean for me? And I think we've got to do our homework and be able to tell someone, what does this mean? Because there's a lot of impacts. You know, there could be winners and losers going both ways, and we need to kind of have a feel for what that means. Steve, I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I had a couple of other points. One, to Travis, when he talked about the primary metering customer, I noticed in that report it talked about that there might be a leasing mechanism in that. Were they talking about? Was that meaning that we would own the things behind the meter and that we would lease that back to the customer, or what was the leasing aspect of that?
Yeah, I would probably need them to really spell it out a little better than I could. But I think part of the discussion on the primary metering rate is, okay, if we establish that demarcation point, is it a firm stop? The plant board stops at that meter and everything past that is absolutely yours. We're not going to touch it ever. Or do you go back to the customer and say, okay, you now own these facilities, but for, you know, a monthly fee, we'll help you continue to maintain them. Some utilities have taken that approach. I don't know necessarily that that's right or wrong to take that approach, but that I think is on the table for discussion, is if in those instances, do we want to establish a facilities charge or some other mechanism where, you know, the plant board doesn't necessarily stay completely hands off, but it's clear that the customer owns it at that point.
Then my other question was, as it relates to what you were saying, John, about modeling, can't we take the customer data that we have, manipulate it in some ways to create some of these things and model it and project, you know, some kind of fiscal impact? I mean, that's the bottom line of what kind of fiscal impact it has on everybody.
Yes.
You know.
Yeah, that certainly most of that data is there. My only concern would be any place where we don't charge demand to the municipal accounts. Some of the locations we may not have a demand meter. There was no reason to do that. With AMI, we'll have demand data at every account. So potentially there could be some gaps in there in our data set.
But what I'm saying, Travis, is somewhat of a hybrid approach in the sense that you're using real data with an addition of, if you will, makeup data, just to create a realistic scenario, so you can get some idea what the potential hits and not hits are.
Okay. Yep.
That's what that analyst position that I wanted.
Yes. Yep. Catherine, what's your preference?
Well, first of all, so as far as waiting, I mean, the idea of having all this data through AMI is great, but if we're not going to have AMI completed before 2023, and I guess that's what Mr. Mason was getting at, we've got to get some more, data and cost scenarios together to present to the public. So I totally agree about we need a dedicated public hearing, preferably in person. And I'm wondering if procedurally, if it makes sense to try to get some more of this data information and bring it back and do another presentation next month and then set the hearing for April. And that gives people some time to kind of get their thoughts together after we get some more information.
Okay. And then that would give the board a chance to read it, submit some additional questions, and we could have Burns McDonough on that call to answer those if that's what you're kind of wanting to do there.
Yes. I mean, one of my questions is, and it sounds like, I mean, you said you kind of know what customers might be able to take advantage of the value of solar rate. I don't know how many that is. I mean, that would be of interest to me to know that.
Yeah, I think it's currently two large customers that I think this would immediately impact them.
Okay. Jason?
I agree with Catherine. I think we should have another meeting where we talk about this in depth, get us a chance to digest this, and then have a follow-up meeting in April.
Okay.
There's a lot to unpack here, and we got to get our heads wrapped around it, because if we don't, and the public asks a question on it, and we're not sure exactly what they're asking because we're not up to speed, then I don't think we're doing our due diligence.
Okay. Well, why don't we do that then, based on what everybody said? Travis, you and Gary, any board members, or make sure we get this information distributed to people in the community. Post it on our website or whatever. Make sure people know it's out there, and get the schedule Burns Net for our next meeting. And any questions y'all want to see addressed, and ask them to come and make a presentation, and try to put together some of these scenarios, so we can start trying to get a feel for what this means. And then we'll have the public hearing scheduled sometime after our March meeting. Does that sound okay for everybody?
Ms. Cuban, this is Gary. I just probably take 30 seconds and explain it. This is not something we're looking increase the rate for our commercial residential. That's not the purpose of this at all. I mean, I want to make that really clear. Number two is like a large solar, I don't, in my opinion, didn't create a burden to any customer, really to the benefit to the customer. And the only things I saw in here, even the primary rate, that actually is a more discount to customer, you know. Only thing I saw in here potentially, I'm not really sure, is the municipal rate. But on the municipal rate, it really depends on the pattern, how do they use energy.
Right.
Currently, strictly based on kilowatt hour, just like a residential. But this is consultant suggests that would be fair to the very small usage. For example, they have an office just size like a residential home, then that meter should be charged by kilowatt hour. But if they have a very large facility like a commercial or industrial, it's more fair to charge that way. That's what they say. Their second piece, I think they're, I'm not saying we recommend even to move that. I'm just saying the consultant suggests we should. That's more fair. But their second piece on the municipal rate, I think we probably didn't have a chance. Some of the board members suggest me to that too, is if you do charge like a large commercial industrial, then there are part of energy from demand, a part of energy come from energy, right? So if people know how to manage their capacity well, actually there could be a discount.
Right.
So, but I want to know, I don't want to undertake that. It's not easy. People really need to understand it, but eventually there could be a saving to the customer. But we can't guarantee. It's really how do you use that energy.
Right.
But if people really know how to do it, potentially there could be. But bottom line, even municipal rate, I don't think staff say we are ready to do that. The reason is they're not, we don't have the demand data. So we can try to do estimate, but if we miss something, you know, end up it's quite different, then that becomes a surprise, right? So it's a direction I think consultants tell us we should go long-term, but it's you probably I want the board. I heard from you. Do you want us to consider to do that today? Is up to the board. You know,
I think right now, if I get the sense the board and y'all, anybody else interject, I get the sense for tonight, we're going to pass over this tonight, and then in March, in March, have a much more detailed discussion and a presentation and walk through these scenarios. Jason?
Yep, sorry. I guess I work with demand data a lot for my larger customers, so it really is meter data, monthly meter data versus demand data. It's like two completely different animals, and it's very hard to estimate demand data based on just sort of having that higher level data. That said, demand is very complicated as a topic, and I think that Travis, if you wouldn't mind, is maybe a hybrid of what we're asking. If you could maybe put together as part of this a little presentation on demand itself and how demand, like across the entire plant board, because I assume you guys have it for the entire plant board. We could just have a conversation about how it affects how we pay for energy, and then where you may have some AMI already rolled out for utilities, or real data. Maybe it's sporadic, but you could just put together a little presentation to show kind of how it connects up, because I know I've had whole presentations on trying to educate clients on demand, because it is a very complicated topic. And I think a 101 on demand might be a really good first step, because as we get into these rate class discussions in the months ahead, that's going to become the backbone. So it's just a thought. Travis, would that be something that you're willing to do as just kind of 101 for us?
Sure. Yeah. I think it makes sense. Be happy to.
Okay. So for 7.1, what we're going to be doing is simply, do we need a motion to defer this to March and consider it then with a presentation from Burns, McDonough, and Travis, Gary, and then Ben will be back going through a lot of these issues that we've even brought up tonight, including what Jason brought up, and some of these areas, what some education things would look like and so forth. a motion on that, or can we just make a motion to pass over to March?
John, yeah, I don't think we're ready to, the action item is to accept the report. Sorry.
Right.
The action item is to accept the report. I don't think we're quite ready to accept the report yet. I think we need to, I'll make a motion to pass over until the next meeting when we get a full presentation from Burns McDonald and, and the staff to kind of go over it. And then like Catherine said, after that March meeting, if we do the hearing, kind of do the presentation on it, we can accept it then, and then we can move on to the public hearing and then decide what action we're going to take from. That would be my strategy. I just move we pass over it for now. But I do have one question when we're done with this. So go ahead.
Okay, I want to ask Hans real quick. Hans, I'm going back to what Ralph Ludwig used to talk about a lot. We've got the report in front of us. If we accept it, that simply means we've accepted it, taken no action, and then we can make the report public. Is that correct? Or can we make the report public without accepting it?
I think you could accept it and make it public. I think either is an acceptable course. I would probably recommend to just accept it and then motion to accept it and
take no action
and publish the report. I heard someone mention we'll post it on the website and so forth. That way the public can have access and get their questions together for the next meeting and the public hearings to come. So that's one way to approach it.
Then in light of that, John, and that was what my question was going to be about posting on the website. In light of that, I would withdraw that motion and instead make a motion to accept the report and place it up on the website and direct staff and have staff have 1898, that staff come and make the presentation at our March meeting.
Okay. We have a motion. We have John's motion. Does anybody want to second that motion?
I'll second.
We have a motion and second. Is there any discussions or amendments to that motion?
I don't know if it would require an amendment, but as part of the posting, can we, just make it clear to the public that if they have questions, to propose those questions so that we, Burns McDonald can be prepared to answer them?
Yes. Yeah, I think as many questions as we can get in and accumulate and get to Burns McDonald or to our staff between now and March makes for a much more productive meeting in March, as opposed to reading a bunch of questions and sending them back out and then coming back again in April and having another discussion. I mean, to get as many things addressed. So I assume Gary, Travis, and Kathy, Lindsay, that we can make sure that's clear to encourage people to get their questions in. Hello?
Yep.
You got that?
Makes sense to me. Yep.
Okay.
Sure.
I think I'm looking to Kathy.
Oh, yeah, we can do that.
Okay, yeah. Motion and second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion's adopted. Everybody bring their pajamas on the March meeting, because we're going to be here for a while on this one, but it's a big subject. I mean, it's a major subject, so, and it deserves the attention. So item 7.2, consider award of bid invitation number 1743 for Capitol Plaza Substation Structures and Materials to Substation Enterprises, Inc. in the amount of $694,927. Travis.
Yes, sir. Staff prepared an invitation for substation structures and material and sent it to potential vendors. In total, 4 bid responses were received. Our consulting firm has reviewed the responses as well as staff, and we recommend awarding to Substation Enterprises, Inc. in the amount of $694,927. This is for the work that's been ongoing for the Capitol Plaza T54 replacement project. Quite a bit of money, but it is within budget. It's in line with the estimate we had for this piece of the overall project. There's $2.328 million in this current budget. Happy to answer any questions on that one.
And this is one we talked about when we adopted the budget this year as part of the capital budget. I remember we spent some time on this one. So
yeah, it's gonna be
and I guess because the idea was for us to be prepared down there in whatever happens in terms of development, right?
Yeah, it's going to be a big improvement to the substation when it's all said and done. It'll be kind of long-term. Any kind of future plans down the road where if we want to make them, especially if we want to make improvements to the transmission system, we'll be able to adapt that in right away here. A lot of equipment from the 60s still in that substation that's being changed out. So yeah, it's a major upgrade there.
Do we have any questions of Travis?
It's not really a question, but I'm assuming we're pretty lucky that it's still in line with what we estimated for that piece.
I would say so, yes. I mean, we seem to be tracking pretty well on this project. I think we got on the transformer, that was last month. We got a pretty good bid on that one. We had one that we got a good price on. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. I think this is more because it's mostly steel, which has maybe not been as impacted as, you know, plastics and some other raw materials. I think maybe that we did well in that regard too. But yeah, I think we were all pretty pleased with the number we got back.
Okay. Do we?
John, I have a question.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Travis, the delivery time of 18 to 20 weeks, is that what we expected? And does that keep the project on schedule?
It does. There's quite a bit of it's lead time that we've been seeing for these types of packages, and yeah, we've got quite a bit of work to be ready to receive it. So
okay,
it should be okay there. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Thank you. Any other questions? If not, do we have a motion?
I'd move we accept bid invitation number 1743 for the Capital Plaza Substation Structures, Materials, and awarded to Substation Enterprises in the amount of $694,927.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a motion and second. Any further discussion? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Bids approved. Item 7.3, consider approval agreement with Groves Construction and Bowling Companies for storm response. Scott Hudson, as I understand, Scott, this is not so much as an expenditure, but just to have the resources available if we need them. And we need to have this in place for FEMA. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's correct. This is the same thing we've been bringing to you all for like the last several years. Disagreements with the contractors. So if we were to need them in the event of a storm event, we'd have these agreements already on file or the costs on file. So then if there was a FEMA declared emergency, FEMA would reimburse these companies and it would not cost us anything.
Okay. Any questions of Scott?
Yeah, John.
This is, yes, sir.
Is there a reason why? Is it the reason why we have two companies in case one is busy?
Yes, sir. We try to get three. We're having a hard time getting a third company to give us some rates. I guess they're really kind of trying to find another one in the state of Kentucky, and that company is pretty busy right now. So I don't think they really could commit to us if they wanted to. So, but yes, we try to have a couple of companies in place so that way if one is, say, typically these two companies right here, one of them's based in Western Kentucky and the other one's based around Frankfort. So if the western side of the state gets hit, we feel like that company may be reserved there, and then the company above us would be able to come down and help us. So it's a dual thing.
Yeah. Another question, John Snyder, was there legislation a couple of years ago that allowed out-of-state companies to come in and be treated the same as in-state companies that when it related to catastrophes and things?
Yes, I believe there was.
Yes.
I didn't know if that would help you to get your third option, if you wanted a third.
We can look out for those other companies. We were trying to find the ones in the state of Kentucky. Yeah. We can still reach out for another one if we need to.
Yeah.
I have a question about how that works. Is there a hierarchy in which contract we turn to first, or do we literally look at like the example given? Well, the Western Kentucky one might not be available because the storm hit there too, so we're going to call the other one first.
Yeah, well, typically, the way it would hopefully work is with us being part of the municipal group, we would, if we needed outside help, we would contact the municipal groups around the state of Kentucky first to see who could come. Of course, if we couldn't get enough resources from those, we would definitely have to know how many crews we would need. Then we would contact both companies and see who would have the available crews to send our way.
I just wasn't sure, like what do the companies get out of it by entering into these contracts now?
Well, what they do is they know that we have their pricings and they know that we need those kind of pricings for FEMA reimbursement. So they give us these pricements so that if we do need help, they feel comfortable that we will give them a call and have them come and help us if we need to. It's just kind of not a reassurance, but they know that we are looking for help and that they are on our list for help.
And we wouldn't be able to contact any other companies for it to be covered by FEMA.
We probably could if it was a natural disaster, let's just a big storm like an ice storm, and these companies were completely full and there was other companies, we would be, like Mr. Mason said a while ago, we would have to reach out to other municipal companies outside of Kentucky, and then would there be other contractors also that could respond to those issues.
As I understand, Scott, one of the reasons FEMA encourages utilities to do this is when you do have an event that requires this extra help, you're not necessarily in the best negotiating position. And this way you already have rates locked in, as opposed to going to the market at that time trying to get help. You've already got a guaranteed rate, which in theory should protect us, our ratepayers and FEMA, from paying exorbitant prices. Is that right?
That's correct.
So, any other questions for Scott? Okay, at this point, do we have a motion to approve the agreements with Groves and Bolin, recognizing this isn't to spend money, it's to basically have a contract in place with them, hopefully that we never use.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do we have a motion, Jason?
Yeah. So moved.
We have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed? Agreements are approved. Next one is Nichelle, the Federal No Surprise Act. This is basically what were the mandates and recommendations for us to comply with that. You want to take it?
Yes. Good evening, Board Chair and members of the board. The Federal No Surprise Act became law in January of 2022. The No Surprise Act was created to eliminate balance billing on certain types of claims, which most often result in surprise bills to members. These rules take effect for the plan beginning on January 1st, 2022. See the attached mid-band benefit confirmation form for additional information in the detailed pages on page 169. The BCF identifies the areas of our plan that need to be amended to comply with the No Surprise Act. While most of the changes required by the NSA apply to the processes mid-band uses to adjudicate claims for certain services, some changes are required to the plan language. The BCF may also contain items not related to the NSA, if applicable to our plan, which have been added to promote consistency and cost effectiveness for claims and prior authorizations. I'll be happy to answer any question the board may have for changes for numbers 1 through 7 of the agenda item listed on this board package. Does the board have any questions?
Nichelle, are there any, for our employees, what's the major impact for them? And is there any cost impact to either us or to our employees?
As far as, let's see, I'm just looking through real quick. No, there isn't. Anything that is processed will process based on our current plan structure. So if you have the HRA plan, it would be subject to the deductible. You're required to do the first 400, and the same for the PPO plan. So, and as far as the cost for us, there is some cost savings. That's why for number 5, the HIV PrEP authorization, staff is recommending that we remove the pre-authorizations, because per we pay per pre-auth. So we're asking the board to approve removing that because it has shown that the pre-authorizations aren't really needed because 90% come back approved. So I don't really see any additional costs outside of what we would have normally paid.
Okay. Any questions for Nichelle? What is every plan, state plan, city, county, schools, is everybody basically approving these same type of things under this federal law? I assume everybody's doing the same thing we're doing?
I would assume so, mainly because it is a federal law. And like I mentioned earlier, some of the things that we are asking to be approved also is just to be consistent with how it would be processed under our current third-party administrator, MedBin.
Okay. Any questions for Nichelle?
So, okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry, no, go on.
No, I was gonna say if the board didn't have any additional questions, the staff asked the board to approve the listed health plans with the effective date of January 1st, 2022.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Contract adjustments are approved. Thanks, Nichelle.
Thank you.
Next one, 7.5, next band. This is, I guess, a good problem to have is because the actions we've taken and our agreements with the fiscal court to step up construction on broadband. This is kind of necessitate this. So Adam, you want to take it?
Yes, sir. Staff sent out bids 1685 and 1686 in 2019 for construction labor for the Fiber to the Home project. In January 20, Custom Cable started working on the project, and they've done pretty good. Actually, last month we awarded them a contract for installation contract help, which they're starting to do as well to help out with the next band. Anyway, in January 2022, we had talked in July. We had awarded, or we had budgeted to increase the speed of the project, and they could handle that. And then in 2022, or just January, we noticed that they were having some trouble getting contractors, and so they basically came to us and says, we can't get people in to do the work, and so they basically asked us for a cost increase. And so in your board package, you have a document there that kind of shows out of the 50 line items, they asked for an increase of 9 of them, or of 9 of the items. This increase equates to about 9 to 13% cost in the overall project. We don't have a hard number on that yet because technically some of these areas aren't completely designed, so the numbers are going to go back and forth a little bid. With the amount, when we bid it out, as far as the original contract in 2019, Custom Cable was quite a bit lower than the next bidder. So we feel the increase they're asking for is not out of the way. Basically, with the amount of broadband funds being spent and the federal funds coming out, that this is not a bad ask at all. So this is going to affect the next band overbuild and actually some of the Greenfield project as well. So we'll be coming back and adjusting that when we get into the budget later on this year.
And I think from what you said, Adam, even with these price adjustments to go to a more accelerated time frame, that these prices are still below the other bidder who bid in this project. These are still lower costs. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. I got my screen up here. So the blue is the blue and orange are the original bid, and so basically the gray is what they're asking for an increase. It's we're estimating at $1.2 million cost overall the next 3 years of the project. So it's still well below the other bidder back in 2019. And with inflation and things of that nature, I don't think it's a bad ask.
And we definitely are asking them to accelerate and which requires them to either get more crews, equipment, or whatever, right?
Yes, and like I said, we talked to them back in July, August timeframe, and they were trying to bring more people in. So I don't think it was a lack of trying, but we noticed they were slowing down a little bit, and we were trying to speed up. And so we brought them in and had some conversations, and they were just like, we can't get enough help. The market's, got a lot of projects going on, and so they says that that this is what it would take to get those additional crews. And we even told them, make sure that we don't want you to come back in 2 months and say, hey, we need more. So they felt comfortable with this number, so that's what we presented to the board. So.
Any questions of Adam? I mean, I guess this is a good problem to have. I guess we don't want to pay more, but the fact is they're going to be responsive and help us get it done quicker, and that's what the community wants. So,
I have a question.
Yes, Steve.
I hate to sound stingy, but is this on the actual? Does this cost take effect even if they don't bring any additional people in?
No, that's one conversation we had. They said, if we want to keep going at the rate we're going, which this was an 8-year project originally, that they were fine. They had crews on, the crews they had on staff will, they're here working today for that price. But the issue came about. Go ahead.
Maybe I asked it that. Maybe I didn't ask it right. Is this to raise the pay rate of existing employees, or is it to bring in additional employees too?
I would say.
Or is it both of those things?
Both, I believe. And I would expect it to be both based on the conversations we had.
Any other questions of Adam? Okay, do we have a motion?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Contract amendments approved. Thanks, Adam. Okay, informational items. Nichelle, you want to talk about the free COVID test?
Yes, sir. On January 10th of 2022, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid announced that effective January 15th, insurance companies and group health plans would be required to cover the cost of at-home, over-the-counter COVID-19 antigen tests at no cost to members. With the CMS ruling and guidance, our pharmacy vendor Vintegra has added FDA authorizations at authorized at-home over-the-counter tests at zero cost to members under the pharmacy benefit plan effective January 15th of 2022. Currently, the board does not need to make any changes or vote on this because December 28th of 2020, the board did approve an amendment to our plan for any future changes that are needed for the coronavirus preventive service provisions. The detail for that amendment is located on page 191. Individuals covered on our pharmacy plan age 2 and older can receive 8 tests per 30 days at zero cost to the member without a prescription from a prescriber. In the event the pharmacy does require a prescription, members also have an option to request reimbursement up to $12 per test by completing and submitting the necessary documentation. Please see the attached pharmacy plan benefit update information and COVID home test paper claim form located in the detail pages on page 183. As far as our plan, the cost to our plan for this, Vintegra has contracted with specific pharmacies where they will only reimburse the pharmacy a total amount of $12. And that is also the amount that the member will only receive as well.
Okay.
Any questions? Does the board have any questions?
And we don't have to take any action on this, right?
No.
Any questions of Michelle?
Is that 8 tests per person? Like if my spouse is on the policy, is that 16? 8 per person within the household, or?
Yeah, for each member on the plan, age 2 and older.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so Nichelle, the pharmacies we contract with for our employees, they will go and will they, just have to show their card or if they're on the list there, they can get them and how does that work, I guess?
We are working on making sure of the specifics because we are calling different pharmacies, and what we are finding out are that some pharmacies are requiring prescriptions. So we're trying to figure out, and we'll have that information. We will send it out to the board as well as our employees on which specific pharmacies are requiring an actual prescription. But in the perfect world, they'll be able to go to the pharmacy, show their insurance card, and that way it'll be uploaded in the system because that's how they're keeping track of the 8 tests, as well as if they were to purchase it themselves. When they do the reimbursement form, once again, Ventegra, which is our pharmacy vendor, will keep track. So like I said, we are working to figure out, because that's their process and we have no control over that. So we'll find out. We're going to try to do the best that we can in the local areas, what pharmacies will be okay with just accepting our insurance information.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other questions for Nichelle? Okay. Next informational item is 8.2. I got a call last night from Sam Marcus with the Humane Society here in Frankfurt, and he shared a letter with us that he was submitting also to the city. And basically, we had talked previously, just in general, that their new building they're building, that there's an apron or access road that goes into that area, that at some point we may have a need to do something there. And of course, it also goes towards their facility, and that there might be some cost sharing. I think Gary had already had a meeting with the city manager, preliminary meeting, some cost sharing as to the cost of that apron. The city asked the Humane Society to do design, to get a contractor to do some design and a cost estimate. That came in significantly higher, mainly due to the cost of asphalt and so forth than what I think everybody thought. They've come up with a allocation plan that they think is reasonable. I told Mr. Marcus that we were meeting tonight, that obviously our staff hadn't had a chance to review it, that the board hadn't seen it, and that we would put it on the agenda, make everybody aware of it, and ask staff to review it and determine if this appears reasonable. And then we could do one or two things: either ask Gary and his staff to go on, proceed if it looks reasonable, or to go on and review it all and then bring it back at the March meeting, whatever your all's preference. But definitely it's not on tonight to take action. It's information. And like I said, we just got it late last night or this morning. So that's information here for you all to be aware of.
Do they have a time frame which they need a response?
I mean, I think Sam definitely knew that he got not getting a response today. I mean, and he said that was fine. I think if we got back to him in March, I think we'd be fine.
Okay. All right.
I mean, I think it's they're going to have to build that road, and they're ready to begin construction, so they won't do final pay. I mean, they're going to need access road to build. Their site, I think, is a significant distance back on their part of the road. And the biggest thing, if you see that material, is to accommodate us, that apron is going to be wider and built for, the weight of the trucks, and that will be running over it at some time in the future, which we don't know when that is. But, I think Sam and them proceeding for construction. So there's going to be a lot of equipment moving in there. So, but I think, I told him we'd have it, but I think March would be fine with them. But like I said, he has proposed, and that letter includes how they propose to do the cost sharing. And, that's something, I'll be honest, you all need to look at, and Gary and staff need to look at and see if that sounds reasonable. But I do know the price went from, I think it was around mid 200s up to about 350, 370 for the whole project. So, and that's mainly because just the material, again, it's materials like everything else.
John, sorry, I just want to clarify, what kind of road is this? Is it a gravel road or an asphalt road?
No, it'd be a paved road.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Yeah, it's because this will be the main road into the new Humane Society.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
That's great.
But the first part would be concrete, wouldn't it, John?
Is it concrete? I thought it was the apron, and then I thought most of the road was asphalt, and I'm not sure. I know it hooks into the Humane's parking lot. Let's see, new design, concrete work at street was expanded. So that's at the street level.
Yeah,
But I
as
think-
you come in, I thought it was concrete.
Yes.
That's the part that we're coming in on.
Yeah. So that's, do you all want to allow Gary and staff, if it sounds reasonable, we talked about it, we were thinking hopefully in the mid-20s. And obviously there needs to be a discussion, not only with us and Humane Society, the road's actually gonna be a city road, as I understand it. So obviously there needs to be a discussion with the city also. Do you all want to let Gary and then proceed, or get all the information and bring it back in March?
John, I don't know, does the staff have the authority? I mean, would this involve, an expenditure of funds?
Yes.
More than what they can approve?
Yes.
Without board approval. So I think we just need to gather the information, come back, talk about it in March. If they're just starting construction, we've got time.
Sure.
If they can come back to us with a complete proposal of that, how much they're wanting, whether or not we feel it's reasonable. We'll talk with the city at that time and get their input on it. I think we just hold this back over till March. I don't think we need to do anything right now.
Okay, and that's why I was on tonight, just for information anyway. So that's what we'll do. If that's okay with everybody. Number 9, general manager comments. I've got 2 things. Gary, do you have anything?
No.
The first item, and I'll turn it over to Jason. Gary and Jason have been working with the city manager on this NREL thing, on the city's resolution on solar. And we got a copy of it this afternoon, and of the proposed scope of work. So Gary and Jason, Vint, Travis need to look at it. And I was thinking they could, if it's all right with everybody, let them look at it, communicate back to the city any comments or proposals we have on the scope of work. It would be the city's contract. We would be agreeing to pay up to half. And, I think it would be great if we could be involved. And this really hadn't been finalized this time. If we could kind of have a defined role in terms of, being involved when NREL comes in. I mean, obviously we're going to have a lot of impact discussions with them, because they're going to need a lot of data in terms of when, the entrance conference, questions and answers, reviewing the draft. And then I think their scope of work talks about when it's finished, make a presentation to the city commission, which is important. And either maybe we could join in that, or also have a scheduled meeting to have them present while they're here also to us. So Jason, I'll turn it over to you at this point.
Well, John, I think you stole a lot of my my sales. No, that's good. You're making my job easy for me. Well, yeah, as John said, just a couple hours ago, we got this proposal, the scope of work that NREL had provided to the city. We've been in multiple talks with the city and with the city to NREL, just kind of figuring out what NREL could do to come in to meet the resolution that was passed a couple months ago, looking at clean renewable goals for the city and then the larger community. We're still digesting this proposal and we may need to follow up with some clarifying questions. But overall, I think it does what we've been talking about, and we look forward to supporting the city in this effort.
Do you have, Jason, I didn't see in there, has NREL given them a proposed cost for phase 1, which is, basically pretty much heavy data collection, correct?
Yeah, I haven't seen, there's no costs in the proposal that we received. So that is one question I want to follow up with the city if there's an addendum or additional information. Also, I'd be curious of the timeline for the work. I didn't really see a timeline included. So yeah, we have just some clarifying questions, but we just received it a few hours ago, and definitely would like to have Ben and Travis weigh in as well. But we're very excited to support the city and try to help the community move forward with these
Was this discussed at the city commission work session?
There was some discussion. Gary, did you have a chance to watch that discussion?
I got a copy of that video. I think I shared that with the board. Yes.
It was $30,000 cap.
Yeah.
It was $30,000 and 6 months.
Yeah.
Okay, I hadn't had a chance to see that.
And the 30,000 was sort of the cap. If they didn't use it all, they would either potentially roll the extra into the next phase, because some people don't like the money sent back. It just causes a problem. Or they could send the money back, but it would be sort of a max. So it's really, the analysis is really, what are they going to do for that? And I know in that presentation, they weren't going to be able to get crazy in depth on any one approach, but should give a good overview and then know which ones to hone in on phase 2.
So what we'd be looking at tonight is, if everyone's okay with it, is Gary's, under his small purchase authority, can certainly spend 15,000. So basically, asking Gary and staff, and Jason's been involved in this too, to collect everybody's questions. If anybody's got any questions, whatever, comments, suggestions, send them into Gary. We can pass those on to the city for their scope of work. And then basically, Gary can communicate with the city and say, here's our comments, and we're in agreement to proceed, and we're good for up to 15 grand. And then we won't have a contract to approve. They'll be doing the contract. We'll be reimbursing and then participating with them in the process. And if that's okay with everybody, we really don't have to take any action, because Gary can make the expenditure and we won't have a contract to approve. Is that correct, Gary? Hands? Jason? Somebody?
Yes, sir. I think you could approach it under just the normal procurement practices of the plant board, if that's what the board, if it's, the monitor. I can't recall what the numbers are on the limits for, for a manager versus the general manager and so forth. But that's an approach. So definitely.
Well, Gary can spend millions, right?
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah.
Sure. No problem. No
sure,
problem.
No problem. Is everybody okay with proceeding in that way?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Okay. The next item, huge expenditure, but it's an important issue, is we got contacted by the community group that's working on the invasive species. And they're applying for some grants, but they obviously like to do some work this summer. And apparently they've identified Bradford pears as a particularly invasive tree. And I talked to Vince some before because he wasn't going to be here tonight. And he agreed they split and there's problems with them. And I've talked to Hans some, and we can't just make, there's a real old Supreme Court case, some other things that we can't spend public money without a public purpose. We can't just make a donation. They're only asking for between $500 to $750. So it's not a lot of money, but it would need to be, we need to have if they identify 100 of these Bradford pears, they could be in tree lines, they could be in easements, they could be wherever, they could be in someone's yard, but that somehow our power lines need to somehow be impacted. So the theory being that if they remove those, it would help us in terms of future tree cutting or power outages or whatever. But they'd have to give us some documentation that these trees met that criteria. Not only that it's an invasive, Vint definitely said the Bradford pears can be a problem. But I think Hans, fill in there, I think we need to be able to demonstrate there's a direct benefit to our customers to do that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's a good summary that you provided there. I think there needs to be a public, a benefit to the system for the expenditure.
So what if, again, it's for a large approval here. If the board's okay with Gary and Vint and Hans talking with this community group, and if they can identify those trees, then we basically come up with a reimbursement mechanism to reimburse them, but not just make a donation of $500 or $750. But if they can show us that these 15 trees are a problem, then we would come up with some reimbursement for them to take care of those trees, if that sounds okay. Like I said, Gary's got the approval to do it, but it definitely, there's a lot of groups in town that would certainly like us to make donations that are very worthy. But I think the Supreme Court and everything else is pretty much ruled public agencies just can't write checks, but whether it's a good purpose or not.
John, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
I agree with what you're saying, that it does
Yeah.
get around that public money for private purpose.
Yeah.
I think that's a good strategy. There was a long email thread. You guys, you kind of got inundated with information on this, but I remember, I think Vint might have asked the question in one of his emails that said, "What are we replacing these Bradford pears with?"
Yes.
And do we have assurances that whatever tree or vegetation they replace this with isn't going to cause some of the same problems?
Exactly.
Did we ever get an answer to that? Do we know on that one or not?
Not that I'm aware of. I think the discussion now would be if we're generally okay with this concept, to let staff and Gary have the detailed discussions and work out all the details if it can be worked out.
Yeah. That's fine. I just didn't know if we had come up with what the alternative to these Bradford pears was going to be.
Well, I told Gary years ago when I lived down the street from Mr. Mason, the plant board had to a lightning strike occurred, hit the line. They had to go in and killed one of my trees. And I asked the plant board at the time, I said, "Are y'all going to replace my tree?" And they said, "No." They said, "We're in the utility business. We really don't replace many trees." So
I'd like to add that, so Leanne Phillips had a great suggestion about supplying information that would go to someone. And so she did ask, and I'm assuming that based on the response, that there wasn't already going to be some information about just sort of public education on what tree would be appropriate under a power line. And they were open to us developing a card that would go to someone who was involved in like this bounty program. So, I mean, that's not a huge expense or anything, but we would be contributing that. So I would keep that in mind, that we are trying to contribute and to the project in that way.
So Gary, do you feel comfortable with the general direction, what we talked here, what Catherine's brought up, John Snyder Net, to kind of take it from here and see if you can work out something? I mean, the educational material we can do regardless of what we work out on the trees.
Yes.
And
we work out detail. I bring that back to the board.
Well, I think you've got the authority to expend the whole whopper of $500 or so if you. I mean, don't spend it all on one tree now. I mean, spread it out.
We will let you know.
Okay. Anything else under general manager comments? And thank you for your time. If not, we have any older new business? If not, Mr. Snyder, would you like to make a motion?
I'd make a motion to request the chair to call a closed session pursuant to KRS 61810-1C to discuss pending or proposed litigation regarding an OSHA matter, a contract matter, and a rate matter, and also have a closed session pursuant to KRS 61810-1G for discussions between a public agency and a representative of a business entity and discussions concerning a specific proposal that if open discussions would jeopardize the sitting, retention, expansion, or upgrading of the business.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have motion second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? We're going into closed session. Will everybody want to take a quick 5 minutes, then we'll come back on? Okay. I need a motion to come out of closed session.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? We're out of closed session. Do we have a motion?
Yes,
result
Mr.
of the
Chairman.
closed session.
Mr. Chairman, after consultation in closed session, I would like to make a motion to direct the general counsel and staff to prepare and transmit a draft agreement to one of our customers.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion and second. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion's approved. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and second. Hoping and seeing and believing there is no discussion, we're adjourned.
Thanks,
Thank
guys.
you all.
See y'all.
Bye.
Okay.
Have a good night, everyone.
Okay.
Thank
bye.
you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.